If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 18th of February 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today. Today we are at Caulfield and precisely Caulfield Heath. Now my understanding is this, that Caulfield and Caulfield Heath are the exact replica of what Randwick and the other track within the Randwick, which is probably Kensington. So what I mean by that is Caulfield generally means the outer layer, which is the primary track, and the Heath is the inner track which is there. Okay, so we are going to be probably using this particular section. Now we don't have the entire picture of this. They have made some changes with the pictures that they have on RaceNet as of now, but that's more or less what we have. The last finishing mile is about 367, 68, 70, something on those lines. The ground rating is good. It's a triangle shaped track, and there are issues with triangle shaped tracks, and we will try and figure out how things work. Jimmy, welcome back. Modi, welcome back. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in two steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often highlight those things and then we flag those situations. That's more or less what we do. So we'll get on with the first race. We'll take the odds and the market snapshot, and then we'll talk about the races and the changes that we have made. So we are going to be doing the first one, which is a 1500 meter maiden race. No scratching. 4179. So before we get into this, it's very important to talk about the changes that we have made and what those changes suggest. So we were waiting, I was waiting for some good races from some good tracks, and eventually that happened at Flemington on the last weekend, which was Saturday. And when I was going through the program of all the races that happened at Flemington, there are few things that has happened, and we need to talk about them so that you know what to look for and where the strengths are. So right now I have removed all those negative sections that were actually calibrating the caliber versus the delivery. We have removed, not removed, they are hidden. We are not going to be using them any further until and unless we need them. So that we are not going to be using. Now the point is, what exactly are the changes? So we'll take a look at Flemington before we get on with today's races. So what happened on we'll not go in details because that'll take a long time, but the thing is, these two sections which are there, one is the tendency, all right, the other one is the match. Now what we've been missing, I think this is something that we've been missing for a very long time. We should have had this. So these sections which actually shows all negative, all right, they are going to be there. They are going to be a part of this. We can't ignore them. They are there. But how do we bypass this, and how do we take a call on what is happening and how things are, and where are these trends, and what should we look for? Now, this is the race where this Colt was the favorite on the Group 1 1000 meter. If we look at how things are, they were all negative, but this one was the horse that actually won on Saturday, and there were a lot of fun moments doing this particular race. But the point is this, that if we look at the tendency and if we look at the match, what needs to happen is the tendency is going to show the tendency of the race. So we know the race can either go on pace or it will be a slowly run race. Now, how do we identify whether it is going to be on pace or it is going to be on slowly run race? Is that's the thing that that's the first layer today we are adding through the tendency and the match. Okay, I've renamed this as match. This was so what needs to happen is the tendency cannot supersede the match. All right, the match number cannot be more than the tendency. If the tendency is 32, this has to be either equal or lower. If it is higher, then it will fail. As of now, that is the thing. So this has to be higher, this has to be lower than this, or equal in each and every case, right? So if you look at what happened here, this was all of them where this was the highest, then this was lower, highest, lower, but this was in a comfortable zone. Along with that, we will also monitor how the jockey calibration is working. I think we will be able to avoid the jockey calibration. I seriously want to avoid the jockey calibration because that becomes a hindrance. That becomes a point where it becomes a little dicey. So we want to do that. So point is this, that the tendency has to be higher than the match. Now, what is tendency? Tendency is basically how the race is going to be run. And what is the match is the calibrated formation of the horse from that particular gate. Lower it is, better it is. The tendency has to be higher, the match has to be lower. Okay, so that's the thing that we have implemented, and we will see how that works today. So coming back to today's race, we will take a look at what it is. 4179. 4 is the favorite, which is an EW anyway. So now if we see through the tendency, okay, now this is where it stands. So that's 39 by 148, that's higher. This is 17 by 114, that is higher. 3 is 21 by 109, very high. 7 is 84 by 29, high. 4 is 107 by negative, this is negative 107 by 2, then 110 by 99, 110 by 7, 116 by 7. So that is the right odd. 4 should win. Okay, things that can go wrong. Okay, we have calibrated the gates. We have calibrated the gates from where it is coming and how is it matching. Okay, the lower it is, the better it is. So this is the lowest, and that's more or less okay, fair enough. That's not negative, but it's better than this, better than this. We'll see how that works. 4 should win. Okay, this is the first layer. Once we get some success from the first layer, we will try to implement the second layer on this. Can things go wrong? Yes, things can still go wrong, because what we have is the data from Flemington. Okay, that was the only race that we had after a long time, and that was the first of the season. Now, how that data holds up against the other tracks like Randwick, Sandown and all that, we need to test. So once we have a little bit of confidence with the other tracks as well, we will put the second layer on this and we will see how that works. 4 is the right odd. How things can go wrong? It is still coming from gate number 8. It is calibrated, but that still is a number. In practicality, it is coming from gate number 8. We have what it requires to win. Jockey is good, no problem. Going on minus, this is something that is we will also check. I want to seriously take this column off, because this actually gives us a lot of nervousness, and we'll see how that works. This thing looks good. If the tendency and the match doesn't match, if the match column is higher than the tendency, chances are it will fail. So this is the best possible scenario. What can happen next? Either it goes to 9, which is high pressure. Generally it is a high and a low. All right, that can happen. Or it can go down here with 8, or it can go down here with 2. Both are lower, All right, this is 2, this one is 7, this one is 7. So they do have the arrangement with them. Those are high pressure. Here, those are 2 high pressure. Whether that will work is something we will see. But 4 apparently looks good and it should work. We'll see how that translates. Modi, welcome back, bro. Jimmy. Dows, welcome back. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on. 8 for the long shot. Possible, bro. Possible. We still have to be testing this, you know. We still have to be testing this thoroughly. Before you step into the 8, you should know that the jockey has never raced here at Caulfield. Okay. So that is a problem with 8. The jockey never raced here at Caulfield. He's going to be racing for the first time. What you're looking at is right. Will that work is something that we will figure out after the races. 4 happens to be the right odd. There should not be a problem. 2 is a very high class, all right? The difference between 8 and 2 is this, that the class is higher here and the calibration matches. So, but there's no confidence on this horse because it has 4 races. It did not do anything in last 4 races. So those are all possibilities, hopes that can work. Even 4 is a hope. But we'll see how. I'm very, very interested in looking at the results today because it took a long time to figure this thing out, because our approach was not exactly, my approach was not exactly aligned with what I was trying to achieve. Caliber is one thing, okay, but the construction of the race is another thing. That brings me to another thing that I wanted to share. So this is something that I believe you can take a screenshot of this or you can read it. So this is how I believe things are happening. The horse racing does 2 things at the same time. It tests a horse by changing the variables every race: track, distance, class, weight, pace, conditions. And it tests the judgment of the people by forcing a fresh decision each time. That's why any view about a horse becomes stale the moment a race is run. Ability only exists relative to the setup of the next race. Therefore, we believe identifying what kind of the race being designed by the house, that's the recipe. Identifying why each horse is there in the race, that is the ingredient of the race. And identifying how pressure is likely to play out. So point is this, that there's a pressure play, there is an advantage play. Every time the recipe is going to change and we need to figure out where the strength lies and which one is rightly aligned. If we can crack that, we are there. We'll see how that works. The negative comes from the mixed agents explore. They are all in those races. That's why those negative shows, I think. Yes, the variables, that's what it is. Variables, etc. There are quite a few things, Jimmy, bro. Quite a few things. I hope that we get some kind of a work around with this, because at the end of the day, we are here together and we need to do something that we need to do. So we'll see. We'll see. I am very excited today. I'm very charged up. I had a very nice sleep last night. And I'm very keen to see how things work, Even if we get 50% today, that'll be a positive sign, even if we get 50% today. Things still can go wrong. It's a very premature stage. I was looking desperately to get rid of those negative numbers, and I did not have a way. The approach had to change. We'll see that, bro. We just hope that things work.
Inside the 600, Coulard in front from the favourite Nardru. Then came Gonda Goings. In a Goldie outside from Lorax. Then Venetian Queen. Strolling by two for the back to Cool Gap. And Nash is starting to ease it to the outside of runners. Into the straight, Coulard being joined now by Nardru, Gonda Goings in the gold. And Cool Gap being revved up, getting right to the outside. Well, Wolf Gap, I should say, as Nardru takes the lead. Nardru at the 200, a length clear. But Wolf Gap is closing in. It's Nardru in from Wolf Gap. Nardru the inside, Wolfgap putting in big bounds on the outside, lunged in, I think got there. Swing of the head, maybe Wolfgap and nose over Nardru. A gap back to Lorax third, followed in by Gonda Goings from Inner Gold. Then came Strolling by, further back then then came Hearts Affair from Venetian Queen. And last Coulard, he got pretty tired. All right, then try.
We still have about 7-8 minutes to go for the first Caulfield. We're going to show Bendigo probably after Bendigo. Yeah, Warwick Farm is also good, but I had to take one. I thought, let's go with Caulfield. $179 top two. Arrowman, 4 wins, 1000%. Let's see, Arrowman. I'm just trying. I'm just trying to believe that as of now. But it's horse racing. You know how things are. Things can go wrong, and things can go wrong in multiple levels when it comes there. So yes, we'll see how that works, you know. But at least you know, at least we're not stuck with the negatives. We had to, I was constantly trying to get rid of the negatives, Autumn. I was constantly trying to get rid of the negatives. And Flemington was the first opportunity. So that's Flemington, and we are at Caulfield. But at the end of the day, what we work with is all physics. So that is that part of the story. So it should work, and we'll see how things work.
Was up in race number 3.
Yeah, that looks smart. I like the Hormone Point Barrow. It'll be favourite for one of those Group 1s who just touched on the Oakley Claret, I think. Her last effort, second to Wintry, was terrific. Given Wintry went on to run a mighty race in a Group 3 up on a fast speed. Beat the third horse clearly. Pretty keen. She can very backable too.
Couple of value plays as well for us at decent prices this afternoon on the heat track.
Yeah, that's right. There were a couple of us. One Russian Duchess who said they were scratching on two. I think she went about $9, but probably to the right price now. With some scratchings for the impact. That's more than a few of them. They win last.
Okay, so races get underway with the maiden 1,500 metres. Kenna is the favourite for the Danny O'Brien team. Go. The Sunday Country was a nice return though with a gap behind.
PC, welcome back. 1 and 7 Caulfield.
So Country, the horse that he ran second to, Bravo, that runs around in a Group 2 race at Caulfield on Saturday. They get third
That winner was $1.60 and favourite. That was this guy's first run as a gelding. So, well, Graham scared stiff of Canary. He was terrific from the back hillside when well backed. Better for that out to 1500. It can probably sit closer. So, okay, that's a really strong case for the 4. PhD certainly in the mix, as is the 9, Washington Lilac. Numbers 7 for 1 and 9.
Okay, getting very close to a jump with the tab quickly. 280 to 290 for Ken A. PhD's 360 into 3, very firm. Gainers tick firm as well into 550. Sunburn Country getting set. The first of 8 races with Autumn.
Making the trip down from Wangaratta. Beautiful conditions here in Melbourne today. First of 8 on the Heath track. A good 4 to start proceedings. Light flashing. Without foul goes in. And the now sets. Ready. Gates open and they're away. And Canay jumped okay from out wide, but drifts back to the tail end of the field, along with Without Foul, who's going roughly in the first 200 metres. And Something in the Air jumped well from PhD. And there's Washington Lilac, the grey, starting to improve quickly and join those runners. Piero bids back on the inside 4th, and Sunburn Country's around it. I'm Hot 2's 2 lengths away by itself. And then followed by Wombat, and Kenay starts to improve the fence now, 3rd last, and Without Fail's a length and a half away. So Washington Lilac, the filly of the field, now rolling to the top. Something in the Air keeps the fence, however, 3/4 of a length away, and they head by the 1,000 metres with not a great deal between the leading pair, and 2 lengths to PhD, who plays the stalking role. They were followed by Piero Bid on the inside of Sunburnt Country, and then comes Kenay's up to 4th last now. I'm Hot 2 Without Fail, and Wombats now the trailer. 600 metres to go, and Something in the Air has clawed back the deficit to now hit the front again. Something in the Air from Washington Lilac, the outside, they turn, they go for home early. PhD's 2 lengths away, and then Piero Bid followed by Sunburn Country, and now Kenay's angling into the clear. Found a gap in between horses, and is only 2 lengths off them, and it's starting to pounce. 200 metres to go. Kenay's given its head with PhD. They run to the front together. Something in the Air battles on strongly on the inside, but it's Kenay just in front of PhD, who won't lie down. Kenay's got its head in front, now a neck, and Kenay wins the first.
4.
Nice PhD, 2 lengths to Something in the Air, and then Washington Lilac, followed by Piero Bid Without Fail, Sunburn Country, I'm Hot 2, and Wombats.
So not a stat splitting of their late right.
4-1-2.
It's tough enough late. Canadian starting number 2 go. Pace 310. Nails PhD on the pace.
Adamant! 4-1-2. 4-1-2. So the 2 actually got in. Okay. The 2 actually got in. 4-1. So that was the lowest. Okay. Now that should happen. We will see how that works. The thing is, it can still go wrong. All right. So be very careful about that. It can still go wrong. Because there are things that we cannot control. There are things that we cannot control. So 4, that was the favorite. We'll go to the next. Three and 8 has been scratched. 9-2-5-7. So if we look through the thing, the tendency, right? Those are all negative, and then the match is on positive. So those are definitely higher. The only match that I think is there is this one, the 4. Again, the EW, which is there. So now let's understand what are we dealing with. Let's see where that 4 stands. 4 stands very low. So the 9, which is the favorite, doesn't have the physics to win this. Okay, that's the first problem with the 9. Then comes the 2, which is the highest class. Where does it? It stands at the right position, that is true. But zeros generally don't win. Okay. It's the highest class, but zeros generally don't win. Then comes 5, which is here, which is that, but it becomes a mismatch here. Why? Because this is a higher class. Okay, that's why it is not the EW. This one is the EW because it is the higher class. From the leverage, that is the highest leverage. That 4 is the highest leverage. Does it have a jock? Yes, it has a jock. Now, what is the problem with this horse? Now, the problem is that it doesn't have a great form line. Will it win? Is something that even I am eager to figure out, because that's the only match. And we will see if that wins. Okay. That 4 is a check. And what else can go where? We'll see how that works. Okay, the 9 is the favorite. Usually this is where all the confusions used to arise, and I always had when it comes to the linears, one thing is a requirement that you need to have the physics. Okay, that's the first thing that I used to look for. So I am probably going to be making some more changes to this. As of now, this is the first layer. We will try and test this through with multiple tracks, and we will see how things work. The 4 is the match. Okay, the 4 is the match. If you look at what happened here, so this one was the match. It went through, then it went up, okay, to the linear with a pressure line, with a class. But after that, it dropped to 2 which was again low. All right, both of these were low. Modi was confident on 8. 8 also looked nice, but the problem was the jockey never raced here. So that was the problem. And then came down here on 2. Okay, we spoke about the 2. There is no confidence on 2 because it had 4 races. It did not do anything in last 4 races. So probably that's the horse. But what happened is that was the right play if we had played the right queen, because it is generally the linear, and then it will be here on the EW. But today the EW was the right match, not the linear. So these are very dicey propositions, and I think we need to be very careful about what our decisions are. Here the match is on 4, and the 9 is like that, doesn't have the physics. Winning is difficult. So we will see how that works. Okay. So one more thing that I wanted to mention is this, that what we have here is just one side of the story, and that side is just the horses. Okay, which horse is aligned? What we do not have is the track. The track we still don't have. I'm still working on it. How to integrate that track is a mammoth question that I have in my head, and I still have no answers. So that, the track geometry needs to be added. So how will I be able to do that is something that even I need to figure out. So we'll do that, but that's more or less where we stand as of now, and we'll see how that works. Okay. We'll see that. Autumn, man. Maidens, PC maidens, yes. Autumn, man, boom. Lewis, welcome back. Dows. So in this case, if that 4 is the match, where can it go wrong? Okay, where can it go wrong? Definitely the form line is a dicey form line. That's where it can go wrong. So the 4 stays an EW. That's anyway an EW. Okay. Just queen 4 and 10. That's the lowest class, right? 29, 29. The bigger problem is here on 1. Okay. Jimmy, more than the 10, the 1 is aligned. Okay, that is the lowest, and then this, that is where it stands. That's the class. Okay, so that is that part of the story, but they're also like that. So where might it go is something that we will figure out. No, all that is good. It's all that is good, bro. Okay, all that is good. Whether it is a 5-year-old mare, I mean, see, these are the things, Jimmy, that I've been trying to, I've been. So we talk about all those, and those are necessary. All right, because it is very important to understand which horse at what age, at what distance is how destructive. So those are definitely some of the key questions which are there. So you're not wrong on asking that question and talking about 10. So you're not wrong on that. But the problem is this, that we need to address the variables. We need to address the variables and why things do not work as we anticipate it would. Where is the issue is something that we need to figure out. Now, whatever we do, one thing stays common is we need to believe in the system. The system that is being developed by the authorities in Australia or in United States or in UK. So those systems are there in place because they are well tested. All right. And that's exactly where the question of the pedigree comes in. So the tests and the applications that are being suggested by the racing authorities worldwide is based on the industry that they have. If a country has a breeding industry, and they are aware of the kind of horses and the pedigrees that they produce, and they are testing those pedigrees against their prescribed handicapping methodologies. Now, that something needs to be believed, all right, because that is the entry point. What I'm trying to say is, in Australia, in Victoria, they have a prescription. All right. By prescription, I mean that they have a set rule for which horse at what class is going to carry what weight. So they are very good at defining that. Anybody can go to Racing Victoria, check the system that they have in place. So they have established that. Now you need to believe in that system. That's the first thing. Because if they have made it public, they have taken the responsibility of that. If they have made it public, they have taken the responsibility that this is the method that we follow and this is how it works. So if that is something that is being prescribed, you need to believe in that system. and then build your system on top of that. Build your handicapping and your knowledge and your understanding of racing on top of that. So every country has its own. I think we align very closely with Australia, definitely, because we do it every day. I have tested the same thing, whatever we have here with UK. I have tested the same thing with Japan. I've definitely done this with Hong Kong. So we've done those things, and there are minor changes here and there, but more or less, one thing is for sure, that what the racing authorities are prescribing, that needs to be believed. You need to take that as the Bible. You need to take that as the Bible and then build your belief on that, or then build your system on that. So that's what I believe. And you need a starting point somewhere. You cannot just randomly cherry picking. So, but like you are talking about this 5-year-old mare, I understand what you're talking about. That is the right thing. But what needs to be also considered is, what is the prescription? Okay. So in the prescription, it is a challenger. They are like bleeding. So how things might work, and where you are doing what is something that you must have a very strong conviction on. You must have a very strong conviction on what exactly things are. That is the thing, Jimmy. I was actually looking for the answer on breeding. All right. People talk about breeding. People talk about breeds, and there is no clear go. I've tried that. I've gone with the sires. I've gone with the mothers, and I've tried doing all that, all those permutation combination. I even tried to get into the lady horse biology when they are on heat, when they have their periods on, or anything on those lines. I've tried to go on those, but bottom line is this, that the racing authorities, they are there for a reason. See, Caulfield is not a racing authority. Caulfield is a house, all right? The race course is a house. What they will try to do is they will try to confuse you. And that is exactly where the racing authorities come, where they give you the guidelines that you need to follow. Are they 100% right? Yes, they are 100% right. But they are right on a static point. Racing is not static. Racing is dynamic. All right. If they're saying a horse is highest rated, they're not lying. They're saying the 100% truth. Where it differs while it is racing is this, that the variables changes. All right. Where it differs is where the variables are changing. So that's something that I have been trying to figure out for a long time. And I don't know if we've got this right. I'm going to put in a few more layers on this. This is on regression, so yes, I'm going to put a few more layers, but as of now we are just trying to figure out if the approach is right, because the previous approach where we were trying to find out the caliber versus the the threshold, that approach is not right. I don't think that approach is right. We needed something more advanced. And Flemington kind of gave us a little way. I don't know how good that way is at this point of time. We will see the results today. We will have to test this through multiple tracks and we will see if we are consistent. If that happens, then that happens. Have to include travel. Travel as in, Jimmy? What do you mean by travel? I mean, from one state to another, is that what you're talking about? The distance from the stable to the race course? That's a very old story, Jimmy. We've done that in our first year. I don't know if you remember. We've done that. I had no clue and I was not able to do this properly, but I clearly remember asking PC over and over again, how far is this race course from the city? How far? So we've done that. We've done that, Jimmy. We have that in our equation. We have that. That was the first year. PC is here today. I'm sure PC remembers those days back when I repeatedly asked, hey PC, do you know how far this race course is? Where is this? And I used to match it with the Google data. And we've done that. Stretch. That's an old story. We've done that. Yes, we did those races in middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere, those tracks used to be, and we've done those races, and so those are included. Those are included, Jimmy. I mean, if I just expand this sheet, which I will try to do this after the races today, you can count what kind of variables we have, how many variables we have, and what are we calculating. I will expand all the variables today after the races, because that's when we can do that, and you can check how many variables, the distance, the hotels that the jockeys are being put up, where the track is. So, yes. Do that. I mean, I think I've got about some on this section. I on the screen, I've got about 50, which are not expanded. I think I've got about 5 to 800. On the server side, I think I've got about another 1,000. So we've let's not do it right now. It will just increase the work, bro. It'll just, if I keep expanding, it'll go beyond anything, and then bringing it back to the screen is this going to be a trouble. So let the races be over today. I will expand all the fields, and then you can count how many fields are there. I'll expand. PC says 7. Let's see, 7. Nine is a big rat at, man. 9 doesn't have the physics to win this. That's to start with. But we'll see how it ends. I mean, 4 is an EW. Okay. Lewis 7, Caulfield 7.
Nothing changed. The winner there is going, well, Lim Smythe must have a case. If our top big does, they come through the same race. Colin Talbot He's in the market there, next best, 9, 7, 2 and 5.
Let's have a look at how the market's trading them. On fleek, 360 into 320. After the inside draw, 460 for Storm Ahead. Down to $5 for Lim Smart and Contaldo, $5 as well. Rock solid there in the market. Desert Anthem is the fine runner there in single figures, so not much doing in the last 30 seconds or so here. Best Factors Gators Tip on fleek into $3.20, which is a new low there in the trade, and stepping up again over the 1,800 metres. Let's get to Caulfield race number 2.
7 and 6.
The sound for how that race was run, that on fleek race. She comes through the same. Chocolate Royal found some better form second up last time. So Chocolate Royal joining them for Celine Gaudry. There's Fizzy, one of 2 mares on fleek. The favourite is the other. Blinkers go on Southby. It's joining them. Could be a big approver. Storm Ahead, who could roll forward from the outside, draws about to come up under Bo Mertens. Key Clean Handicap, 1,800 metres. This is the second. And they're all in. Away. Southby a little slow. Desert Anthem, Vizzy go back also. On fleek jumped well from the inside gate. There's Storm Ahead pressing forward deeper. Chocolate Royal's in the middle, also contending for a leading position. So it's Chocolate Royal, Storm Ahead to second and wide, and then Contildo in the orange jacket outside of On Fleek taking a trail fourth. Lim Smythe is 2 lengths away. Then comes Southby, Desert Anthem, and Vizzy is last with 1,400 metres to go. So Chocolate Royal found the front without too much pressure, but on the outside, Storm Ahead wants that position and is now rolling on. So Storm Ahead under Bo Mertens takes the lead, 1,200 to go. Now 2 lengths on Chocolate Royal. On fleek on the inside of Contildo, a third and fourth, and 2 lengths to Lim Smythe. Southby holds the fence third last, and then comes Desert Anthem and Vizzy's bag on the fence. So an uncontested lead now for Storm Ahead at the top of the track with close to 1,000 metres to go. 1 length on Chocolate. Joy's a nice cosy run, third back on the fence from Contildo in fourth. Southby has just worked the midfield, fifth the running rail, and they're followed by, as they head down the side of the track, Lim Smythe, who's around it, and then Vizzy and Desert Anthem, the last pair, approaching the corner. They've got close to 500 metres to go. And still Storm Ahead, a clear galloper by a length and a quarter. Chocolate Royal second. Then comes On Fleek, who's banking for a run, railing through to be hard on the leaders back now. Contildo is next. Southby and then Lim Smythe to the outside, and Vizzy into the straight, 200 to go. Storm Ahead leads, left the fence, and On Fleek went through now to challenge. Storm Ahead ahead, the inside, now starting to charge through is On Fleek. On Fleek, she took the front, got a neck. Coming down the outside, Desert Anthem late, but On Fleek came away to win by a length and a quarter. Desert Anthem got second, Lim Smythe and Storm Ahead close there for third and fourth, and they were followed by Vizzy, Southby, Chocolate Royal, and
9
is clocked in last.
9 will beat 6 and On Fleek for Lockie King. Hard up the inside fence, well played Gator, pays 320. You're pretty keen there?
Yeah, look, I couldn't have asked for a better run, but look, that's really the only job of the pilot, isn't it? To give the athlete every chance, and if they're good enough, they win. She was good enough, she won.
Beats the Desert Anthem in doing so. Photo for third as well. Half an hour away from your best Gator. Into even money now. Shin Gina for the Moody Coleman team.
Yeah, you caught me off guard. I think you grabbed each other $5. I got my hopes up, but she won't be that. But yeah, Keen, she runs well for those reasons.
Yeah, that did not have a 9 and 6.
Bendigo race number 8 is next to go this afternoon, and Eagle Farm coming up inside the next sort of 5 minutes or so as well. Here at Bendigo, 92nd.
That happened. That happened, and that's how it played. But if we look at 9 and 6, both were at 16, 16, 34 was lower, 39. Then where it fell is something that we will look at, but those things are possible. Happened. Now, this thing did not have the physics, all right, but still it won. That is also possible. It's not that this is the final word, but generally that doesn't happen. But here on an 1800 meter, that happened. Okay. We'll go to the next. Eight has been scratched. 3, 7, 1, and 6. The odds are right, okay? The odds are right. But the problem is that 2. I hope that 2 is not going to be of a hindrance today, but why that might not be of a hindrance is because if they are of the same class, this is doing fantastic, and that's a much lower pressure. The leverage is very high on this horse, which is about 119. And honestly, it looks like it is quite destructive. Physics is not a problem. So what went here is basically this is a track geometry on this 9. Okay, so let me explain how things are. So generally the physics doesn't work. If the physics is not there, then the horse cannot win. That's one side of the story. The other side is the track geometry. Now, with a triangle shaped track, things work a little differently. Okay, things work a little differently. Now, is that a clear go? No, that's not a clear go. Today that happened, but when you have a track like Caulfield, things work a little differently. We will have to arrange that as well. That is exactly what is missing in this, which I spoke about, that we still don't have the track geometry added in this, and we will have to find a way to add this. Okay, so the physics is required, but it at times with triangle shaped tracks with a longer distance, like above 2000 meters, the geometry the physics is not required. That is above 2000 meters when I say that the physics is not important. This was an 1800 meter. It's a triangle shaped track. Nothing worked. This is a 1200 meter. Now, what is happening is this, that the 3 and the 7, which are the odds, are the right odds. Okay. 3, 7 is the right odds. Unless that 2 actually knocks out the 3, which may happen, may not happen. Okay. Because through this we know how it has to be lower. Okay, the match has to be lower, so the 2 is lower, much lower than 7. Where it is not doing great is the form line. It's not stuck. It is quite in a position where it can actually nail the 3, nail the 7, and win. It is quite in a position. But maybe if they are of the same class, okay, if they are of the same class, this is a much better position with much lower pressure. So that probably is what it is, and it is not doing great here, so that's one of the reasons why it might fail. But is that 100% possibility? No, because it is quite destructive. Here the 3 and the 7 are the right odds. Okay, in fact I think the 7 should win because that is aligned. 3 will be there because of that. Now that's a higher class, that's a lower class. Those factors are also there. But apparently the odds are right. 3 and 7 are the right odds. Whether 7 is going to win or 3 is going to win is something that we will figure out after the race. But this probably is where things are. we'll see how that works. 3 is the favorite, but that's where it gets positive. 2 stays a check. Why? Because that's how it looks like. 7 is there, but if it becomes 3 and 7, 7 has an upper hand. And then I don't know how the 2 is going to get there. But we'll see how that works. 3 and 7 are the right odds. Ideally 7. I don't let 9 to lose a million. Yeah, Autumn, man. We are still in a very premature stage, alright? I'm constantly saying that. We're still in a very premature stage. We will look at how things are. 9 and 6, explainable. Those are there. We can see those numbers, and that happened, and how the rest of the things played. Let me check how the rest of the things played. Nine, 6, 2 and 7. So 9, 6. Two and 7. Here 39 to 15. That is the lowest. This one did not do. But why? Because of that. What happened to 4 is because of that. So here, if you see what's happening, both were negative 16, alright? Then the 9 was the lower that went through. Then came this one. Then this was 48 by 26, which did not work. Then happened here, which is the lower and the higher. Okay. Then happened here. So that is how it played. 46, 26 did not work. This one got in. And this one got in from here. The 4 did not have a chance because of that. Here it is like that. So the 2 stays a threat. I don't know how the 2 is going to work. If the 2 unleashes, then it is upside down. That is for sure. If the 2 unleashes, then it is upside down. Because that is way more stronger than this. Okay, this is 1 by 1, which is the right odd. This is also 37. That's good. Low with that is okay. Those are there. So ideally, if the 2 doesn't get in, then it should be here. here and here. Correct. Hmm. 73. Jocks are all misaligned on the pressure line, okay? Jocks are all misaligned on the pressure line. Here we had what? Was aligned. Did not happen. Let's see how that works, okay? But if the 2 unleashes, it'll be Dows. That was brilliant, Lewis. Then Warwick Farm, BC.
And it also features Brad Davidson's best bet of the afternoon. Davo, Tarzing has been really impressive down in Melbourne.
Yeah, he has been, and good to see that support come. He wasn't favourite earlier in the week, but replaced Sarissimo now, and little not surprised considering his 2 wins and how he's done it. He's got a lot of soul about him. His late splits have been outstanding, and I just thought Sarissimo resuming. I thought the trials were just fair, and was happy enough to take it on. So I'm 6-10, 3 and 8. I thought Cuban Cigar might be the danger. Like the win at this distance in provincial grade last time. A horse is progressing the right way. It's got a good turn of speed. 3 Crossbow resumes and it's been trialling okay. It's been competitive in Saturday grade in the past and won a Flemington race at 1400. So it does seem to be fair odds. And 8 Sarissimo. Oh, look, I concede. Likeable enough off the form last prep, but I just thought it was really well found here off Yeah, I won at Hawkesbury last prep by big space, but horses can do that at Hawkesbury, not take it away, and he wasn't really able to do that. I thought he was probably the risk of the day at 340 from mine. 6:10, 3 and 8 for me, Tarzing on top clearly.
And we're 30 seconds away from the jump, so last look at the tab fixed odds, 330 to 250. It's good support for Davo's best Tarzing. Tell you what, a big half an hour coming up, big 15 minutes even here on Sky One. Gators best in the next in the Heath track as well. Shinjina, if anyone wants the double. Outside of Tarzing, there's not much doing. Very solid Sarisma.
Gate, welcome back, Gate.
The rest of the tab at $3. Let's get to Darren.
To move in, and Cuban Cigar to move in as well. Cuban Cigar won well at Kembla last time, beating Sadness, a subsequent winner. So Cuban Cigar, trained by Tracy Bartley, about to move up, Mitch Bell in the saddle. And drawn the outside here over 1,400 metres, Cura Bloodlines to Headlines Handicap, and there are 8 running in total. There's the light. Stand by, Quaddy about to start at the farm. Gates are back now, and they're off and racing. And there's plenty having a pop for the lead. Sarismo's right there, and Extra Heights has jumped really well from barrier 2 to sit second. Zulfikar on the fence is improving, and Zulfikar races up into third in the early stages. Definitely then by Crossbow. Further back then, one concealed on the outside. I think it's the favourite Tarzing, yes, going forward. Further back then on the race to Porta Buenos, Cuban Cigar's been taken back and parks on the outside of Merzan. So the front run after the good start, Sarismo now from Extra Height, Zulfikar third, and Tarzing goes to fourth. They're followed after a length to Porto Buenos on the inside of Cuban Cigar, then Crossbow and Merzan, the last one about 7 lengths off the lead. So Sarismo in front, 600 to go from Extra Height, Zulfikar, Tarzing being reined up now on the outside as they come up to the home turn. Sarismo pushed on now. Extra Height's been cuddled coming around the turn. Tarzing's under the pump, Zulfikar pushed on the inside. Back in the field, Crossbow's looking for clear running. Into the straight now, and Extra Heights moves up on the outside of Sarismo. Sarismo head in front to Extra Heights. Tarzing's whacking away. It's got plenty to do as Sarismo finds a good kick now at the 150. Sarismo got a length and a half clear. Good go for the miners, Zulfikar and Tarzing. Sarismo's going to lead all the way. I think Zulfikar's second and nose over Tarzing. Extra Heights fourth. Merzan made some headway down the running. Further back to Cuban Cigar from Crossbow, and Porta Buenos was last in.
Yes, Sarismo will open the quaddy. He'll pay $3.20. Dylan Gibbons aboard, takes it the fourth there at Warwick Farm. Tarzing's in the mix for second, with Zulfikar back to the inside fence. Sarismo controlled in front there, Brad.
Yeah, I think so. Nice ride by Dylan Gibbons.
Yeah, busy. Those are the things. This will not change, PC. This will not change unless they change their approach. It'll not change. They need to be briefed. They need to be rounded up. They need to be told what to do. I mean, come on, these guys who are actually on the horses are like Gen Zs. They're like 19, 20, 21, 22-year old. They're prone to make mistakes. They need to be told. They need to be it's a major gap, PC. It's a major gap. Unless that is being addressed rightly, this thing will be persistent. It'll always be there. It'll always be there. And that's something that we all live with. You don't know how to trust the jocks. There's no such thing. Unless there's a mechanism in place where the directives are there, there's no way out, PC. There's no way out.
And Shinjina holds our hopes.
Yeah, look, she's dripping first up. This was no match for Wintry. Probably had a slightly softer run. Wintry goes to a group 3, sits on a strong speed, and is competitive at Alpha Sophie. I think that's top end, fairly full. This field also competitive last prep with Point Barrow. So it's pretty irresistible sort of form lines for me. And clear top beat. Just got to run a strong 1200 out, so I'm about to learn something there. But no reason to doubt her, she measured. The danger looks to be Torsheen, who has been going really well, and I thought was rock solid in winning at Sale, and well, beyond solid, she broke the track record. Went to Hillside, ran into Crocodile again, they were in good time. Crocodile was then semi-competitive in a group race behind Observer and Co. Fasting and Zane was a terrific win from the back latest, now draws in, so not out of it. And fundamental nature perhaps next. So I'm 3-1-7-2.
Gator's best, Shinjina, has pretty well been the only one backed there with the tab fixed trade. 225 into 195. Now at $1.75 in the last 3 minutes of betting. How do you see this playing out early, Gator? Shinjina looked to have good early toe in the early stages, settled off the speed the last couple of starts.
When he is talking about the 2, all right, the 2 stays a check. That 2 is a danger. It is quite capable of destroying this race, but will that happen is something that we will figure out.
The first 100 metres, a couple 100 metres will be interesting here.
Well, we've got a couple of minutes before the third Gator. The quaddies in race number 5. I know you'll be playing. There's a tab special there today as well. You can scan that QR code on screen. If it wins, get a 25% boost in your account in bonus bets. How does the quaddie look for you today?
Lewis won.
Just taken 9, so the track is playing okay. So yeah, look, I'm not too wide in any of the legs. There's a couple I like at a decent price through the quaddie. So I can get a split there. Conscience in one of the legs, I feel like I've got a bit of time for as well. So not too wide, so a bit of fun. That's what we love about the quaddie.
Yeah, indeed. Scan that QR code as well. All the hard work's already done. Gator's done the form, and his quaddie numbers will go straight into your bet slip in your tab account there this afternoon. Here, the third event, 1200 metres. Quaddie starts in the 5th. Couple races before that. Shinjina's been really well backed. Hit a low of $1.65, back to 175 here in the concluding stages. As you say, Gator has to run the 1200 metres. Steps up from the 1,000 today.
Yeah, she was good first up, wasn't she, at the 1,000? She covered a bit of ground, she was well backed. Just so much for Winter. It turns out that's really good form subsequently. So, no reason to doubt her at 1,200, but it's still a little unknown.
if you force me to find a second best back runner in the race, perhaps it's this fundamental nature gator. There's not much doing though. Into 550 back to 6 for Kieran Mars, start number 2.
Yeah, look, she did a good job on debut. Certainly didn't smash the clock, but as I say, did a good job there with her 57. Beat the older horses. She was in the market. There was sort of the medium of some support that day. So the level of improvement's the key to her.
Third events, Caulfield Heath track there today features Gator's best bet on the card, Shinjina, into 175. Let's get to Adam.
Against her. So they're moving in. Fasten and Zane locked away. Ethan Brown takes up the last start. Sandown winner. Was a Mornington program. But she's returned well, and by the way she lengthened and ran some of the best sections of the meeting, the 1200 was just a quick step up. Second up. Here's Shinjina, $1.80 favourite, goes in. Her return was strong. She's got performances at Group 3 level over this trip. She hasn't quite ticked the 1200 metre box, but she looks well placed in her second run back. So Cosmic Race goes in.
0043 with a phone
He's had some each-way support, 7 into 550. The 3-year-old fillies are now on their way. Cosmic Race was slow from the middle of the line. Shinjina won the jump. Fundamental Nature and Fasten and Zane and also Eco Force all began well. And after a couple of 100 metres, Shinjina's working across to lead from Torsheen, and Fundamental Nature tries to push through in the middle. Eco Force is running fourth, and Fasten and Zane, Cosmic Race is Celestial Splendor. So as they link up to the course proper now, and it's Torsheen who's pressing Shinjina. The lot between them as they head towards the bend. 2 lengths on Fundamental Nature. Fasten and Zane is running fourth inside of Eco Force. And then they wheeled the bend now, close to 400 to 500 metres to go. And on straightening, Shinjina's trying to get a break on Torsheen. Found 3/4 quickly. Fundamental Nature's hard ridden, so is Fasten and Zane. Great. Now Shinjina's come up the bridle and Torsheen's rolling it in quickly. So Torsheen hit the front. 150 to go. Fundamental Nature down the middle, starting to range. Shinjina's course. So it's Torsheen now being tackled by Fundamental Nature. Fundamental Nature remains unbeaten. Won it by half length on Torsheen, Shinjina. And then followed by Celestial Splendor. Fasten and Zane didn't finish off. Cosmic Race was last.
Strong at the end, Fundamental. We'll pay north of $6 for 2 starts.
216.
Torsheen battled away to second. Eco Force closed off as well into third position. A little bit of work mid-race potentially there. Gator, Shinjina.
216.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think it's ever ideal. Leading with a sort of pace and, you know, a neck half length in front of you. It's one of the worst spots in racing, I think, and they rarely win, and she didn't. Fundamental Nature, let's focus on the winner. She's done a great job. Just number 2 sat off that, let the 2 favourites duel it out, had the last look at them and ran over them. But she ran over them years freak, so there's more to come from her.
Yeah, stylish little win, pays $670 and $340 for Super Tap runners. Best in shopping, 2-1 Torsheen, and Eco Force should be third for no third.
2163. 2163. So what happened? The 2 went through, okay? That is how it is. 66 by negative 17. The linear. Huge leverage on this horse, 119. It was not doing well on the 4th line, but that did not matter. And what happened is 2. Then it is 6 here. No, 2-1. So 2-1 drops here. The 7 did not get through because of the class. Okay, 2-1, 6 raises, and then finally it is here 2-1-6-3. So that's where it played, okay? That's why I said the 2 is a check, but Then again, what we are doing here is, today is the first day. We'll see how that happens with the two-state check. You see that is the pressure, and this is the tendency. If the tendency is on pressure line, all right, we have to read it right. We have to read this thing right. If the tendency is on pressure, then the match is what needs to be matched. Okay, if the tendency is on pressure, then this has to be matched. And if you look at what happened, all right, if you look at what happened, that is where it is. Then the 7 definitely did not get through, which was also on the third line. It was here, so it dropped, and it dropped here. Okay, it did not drop here, it dropped here, which is the lowest, and then it climbed up here, then it climbed up here. Okay, so we'll keep this thing handy. We'll go to the next 4. No scratching. 8, 3, 10, 6. So this is exactly the same thing as this one, all right? The 2 was the highest with the lowest. This is the highest with the lowest. So the odds are right. The odds are right on 8. Where it will fall next is a thing that we will figure out how. Where. I don't really. So where the problem is this, that so here also, if we look what happened, so that was the highest, that was the lowest, it went through. Even though they were of the same class, the 3 did not get a chance. Why? Because of that, all right? the struggle, and the 2 had no struggle but did not have a form line. Here it is also like that. Now that form line is a very dicey form line. Okay, these are the things which needs to be taken care of, and is a judgment that needs to be made. So that, I mean, mathematically it is like that. Okay, it is the same structure as 2. It will go, but the form line is like that. Okay, the form line is like that. So that's a problem. That's a genuine problem. If that's that, if that's that, where else can it go and fit in is something that we'll have to figure out. 2 by 43, that is definitely, it is, the 2 is like, the 3 is like this one. Okay, then it is going on all negative. This is something that we have to figure out. The negative is like advantage, all right? Negative is like good, but that has to be matched here as well. If that's negative, that cannot be positive. That also has to be negative. So that is where it comes here, 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 here. So those are the things that we don't have an answer for right now. But either it has to be like that, or it has to be equal. Now, the 8 is the right odd. Okay, the 8 is the right odd. It is exactly the replica of this 2. That was a 1200 meter. This is a 1500 meter. The thing changes a little bit here. Why? Because of the form line. All right, and the jock, which is misaligned. That is the pressure line. That is the jock, which is a major misalignment. But that's exactly what the answer that I am trying to look for, because I want to get rid of this column where it is the jockey variables. I need to get rid of this. This is a confusing area. So that asks a lot of question, and I lose courage when I see that. So that's that. But that is that. It is a misaligned jock on a pressure horse. Now, how things can work and how things can fail. Okay. So how things can work? Things can work because that's that. All right. With the physics, it is possible. Now, in practicality, that genius is riding this horse. Problem is this, that if this genius is riding that horse, and if he falls behind, which I think he would, because if he tries, it's a 1500 meter. If he tries to press that horse, this horse has gone upside down. So you can't press this horse from the gates. You cannot rave the horse for whole 1500 meter. You have to be tactful and bring it to the last bend and then push the pressure on this. And it'll win. But the question is whether he will do that. That is where the confusion is. The other problem is the form line. Okay. But I seriously want the 8 to win. It will reduce a lot of work for us. It will reduce a lot of work for us. We'll see how that happens. What are the other things that are possible? The one is a possibility, which is here. Okay, this is 60 by 60 strongest. The form line is not there, so there is no There's nothing that we can talk about this. But if we have to believe that, we also have to understand what is going on here, okay? And here, the 10, the 5, and the 7. So all those are possibilities which are there. We just have one layer right now. The 8 is the right odd. Things that are against the 8 is definitely the form line and the jockey calibration. If that kicks in, then the 8 is upside down. That should not happen. Let's see how things work. All right, 8 is like that. It is exact replica of the 2. This is the exact replica of the 2. Six eagle fan, boom. Brilliant. So I was 11 when placed strat. So far, 2 of the favorites have come home. The first one, the favorite came home. The second one, also the favorite came home. The third one, the 2 knocked out the favorite. And this is the 4th one, okay?
Back to midweek company here. Lancelot Delac looks a really good matchup between the pair. Lancelot Delac on speed. Decorum doing the chasing as Clyde moves in. Can't recall one moving in now. So we're just about right. 165 Decorum, the 270 about Lancelot Delac. There's the light. Racing now, Decorum jumped well off the inside, the first head out of the gate, but Lancelot Delac is moving up on the outside. Uncle Harry's going forward. Clyde is handy to Zima there. Serious Legend just easing back in front of Aura, and Don't Recall One is at the tail of the field. Decorum just in front, but Lancelot Delac presses on out 3 wide, and Lancelot Delac at the 1200 metres gets to the front now, and whipping up on the outside is Clyde. Decorum once headed, getting a bit keen, just threw the head up there for a few strides, the short price favourite. Uncle Harry is 4th on the outside, 2 off 2 to Zima, then Serious Legend, a gap to Aura, and Can't Recall One is at the tail of the field. So Lancelot Delac took him a little while to get to the front, looks a little bit more relaxed in the lead today. Out by 3/4 to the long shot Clyde, 2 after the short favourite Decorum. Uncle Harry on the outside being reined along, couple off 2 to Zima, followed by Serious Legend, Aura, and Can't Recall One is last of all, 6:50 to go. Lancelot Delac 3/4 to Clyde. Decorum is creeping closer. Harry's had enough. Serious Legend pulling to the outside. Tazima being reined up on the inside. Lancelot Delac on the point of the turn. Leads by a length from Clyde, who's flat to the boards now. And Decorum's about to come off the heels of the leader. Game on into the straight. Lancelot Delac leads the way by a length and a half to Decorum. And they're broken clear from the rest of the field. It's Lancelot Delac still in front, but Decorum is chipping away. He's left Lancelot Delac being tackled by Decorum. Very strong the last 50, and Decorum pulls away from Lancelot Delac to win it by a half length. A sizable gap to Tazima, third. Well strung out, the top 2. The cream certainly rose to the top there. Clyde, Uncle Harry, Can't Recall One, Serious Legend.
This Saturday, Attica is nominated for Rose Hill. Rose Hill is a very weird track, Dows. Every time we attempt to race at Rosehill, it'll either rain, we'll get flooded, or it will start with a wet ground. That track is something is not right with with that track. In last 2 years, I don't remember a single day when we had a clean go at Rosehill. It always backfired. Every time, the moment you try and race at Rosehill, it'll either rain or it'll either rain or it'll do something that track has some kind of a spell. We were talking about that Rosehill the other day, me and Autumn, and I think that is what happened, more or less, at that place. PC6 win Caulfield. We'll see how that works, PC. The six is good, PC. The 6 is not bad. I mean, especially the problem is with 8 is the form line, alright? If that kicks in, the 8 is upside down. But it's a 1500 meter. That is the genius who's going to take the call on 8. So there's a lot of if and but on 8. There's a lot of if and but on 8. It is good. It is not bad, but that comes with a lot of bargain, and I don't know whether that'll work. But we will see how that works. Things can go wrong, PC, in this one, so be very careful. Be very careful. Things can go wrong. The 6 is good. What you're suggesting, the 6 is good, but when it's got a lot of things to handle. It's got a lot of things to handle. It'll need to handle the classes. It'll need to handle these geniuses sitting here. Those are like 6-year-old geldings, but you know what? Things can go wrong.
Evan McD takes the steer, the last in single figures is Late Harvest at around that $8 mark. Next best is Delta Sky, 12 into 9. Gator Kua, second up this campaign for you.
Yeah, it was beaten first up, but the effort was good. I think they ran useful time there. I think it should be better for that. Just the awkward draw and then go forward.
8 has got the thing, but we'll see how that works. I want the 8 to win. It'll basically reduce a lot of work.
The 1500 metres at Caulfield today. The quaddie starts in race number 5, moving through an 8-race program. You can backdate its quaddie as well. Scan that QR code on screen. If it wins, get a 25% bonus boost in bonus bets. Do that on your tab app now, and Gators quaddie will go into your bets list. Let's get to Caulfield.
Life sentence joining them. And Paula will be one of the last. Return over the 1300s. Second up winner previously. And the Sportsbet feed handicap, 1500 metres. Lights are flashing. They're away. Williamstown began well, and so did Late Harvest and Seven Moon from the inside. Not far away is Life Sentence progressing forward. VIP's up there, and Paula's deep for the moment. So as they head towards that top corner...
Bad idea. He's doing exactly what he's not supposed to do. He's raving that horse from that gate. He's raving. Bad idea on 8.
For the moment, it's 3 wide midfield. Gracious Devo, Crown Crusher, and then Supreme Sovereign and Rocket Lads 2 lengths away. So Life Sentence...
He's doing exactly what he's not supposed to do.
Williamstown's over racing third away from the fence.
Let's see.
VIP might be stuck 3 wide the trip. Delta Sky's back on the running raft. Then comes Paula with a Supreme Sovereign's improving back on the fence slowly. And VIP out deep is now being pushed along the 3-year-old. Late Harvest is looking for a run. Then comes Supreme Sovereign. And the rest are headed by Delta Sky. Paul is laying in and yet to make ground as it comes towards the outside. And Crown Crusher. 200 to go. Seven Moon. VIP's on the scene. Crown Crusher's making ground down the outside from Delta Sky. But VIP, the 3-year-old took over and it's going to be 2 from 2. VIP.
8-6. 8-6.
Elder Sky, Gracious Diva,
No, 8-5-10.
and then Supreme Sovereign and Life Sentence and Rocket.
So win 2 and start number 2. VIP looks smart there on debut Gator, and
Eight, okay. That 5 is what I was constantly trying to figure out where it will be. It did not drop here. It did not drop here, but it dropped here. 8-5, okay. It has to be less. 8-5. Then 10. 8-5-10 went through. It was 61, 43, 41. Still lower with the body weight. The 3 got knocked out. 8 was the right odd. You can't beat that. Okay. You can't beat that thing. That went okay. Six. What happened with 6? Nothing happened with 6. It's just that the physics was on 5. Nothing happened with 6, but the physics was with 5. Alright? The physics was with 5. 8, 5, and 10. There is nothing wrong with 6. PC. But the physics actually played on 5 with a dedicated jock. I was constantly trying to figure out where will it land. Will it land on 1? That looks strong, but that was very low. This was even lower. This is where it landed, and then it went up here on 10 because of the form line. Alright, so that's more or less what the scene is. We'll go to the next 5. Okay. 1 and 6 has been scratched. 2483. Two, 4 and 8. 3. Not happening. 8 is 7 by 7 equal. 2 not happening probably. 3 is okay. And that's 38. So if you look at what is happening, all right, now, what I'm trying to say is we are not 100% there. We're not 100% there, but still, you know, we are getting some answers. What is happening? So it dropped on 5 because that was like that, and that happened. So now, if we look at this one is not in a position, all right, that will not work. This one is equal, which is a good sign. This is not going to happen probably. Okay. Just 1 sec. Hello. আমাকে 2 মিনিট দাও, আমি ফোন করছি। So 8 is not that. 2 probably not happening. 3 is a possibility. 5 is 35 at 31 not happening. 53 not happening. This is 38. 3 drops. Okay. So that's a possibility. Now where does that stand? That stands here, which is okay. This genius is supposed to fail from there, and now we will know why that genius always fails from there. Okay, that probably is not happening. 3, the problem with 3 is the jockey has never raced here. Okay, that's the point. Then what happens is this is going higher, not happening probably. So the question is here, it's a 1600 meter class 1, and then it drops here. All right, that's a very strong drop. That is a very strong drop. So what might happen? So the 3 is dicey. The 3 is dicey because the jock has never raced here, right? The 2 probably is not in a position to win. That's what my thoughts are. That's a very steep thing to challenge. This is the same thing. This is the same thing. The 3 fits the bill, but the jock has never raced here. Then it is 14 by 40, which also is dangerous. Then it is 8, which is like that. So, and they are like that. 41%. bleeding on this horse. That's not a great sign. That is 31. Still higher. This is 35. This one is like 16. 60, 35 minus 35. 9 is a check. 9 is a check. So 2 probably not in a position. Though all those are like that. The 3 fits the bill, but the jock has never raced here. Okay. The 8 is good. And it's from gate number 2, which is very nice. But how will I ignore the 9? Because the 9 has the numbers. Okay, and look at that. Nine. Okay, that is the EW. 40, 31, 22, 46, 38, 3, 2, 7. 7 is like that. That is also a challenger. That's like that. 166 has the body weight. 46 by 22. That is here. 30. This is not. 33. So yeah, the 3 fits the bill, but it's a risk. The 3 fits the bill, but it's a risk. Why? The jockey has never raced here. And the 9 is a check because it is like that. It's better than the 8 in every angle. How things will play is a very the 3 is good. Doesn't have the jock. The jock is new. Will it work? And will it be able to nail the 8? Probably yes. But then comes the question of the 9. Will it be able to nail the 9? The problem with the 9 is it is coming from gate number 9, which is wide, but it's a class 1. Things can go wrong in this one. Things can go wrong. So this one I'm not going to get into this, or this one can go wrong. So what is wrong with 2? 2 is very steep. All right, it is like that did not happen. All right, these things are not working. So what happened is it dropped here. Why? Because of the physics on that horse. Okay, so those are very, very demanding questions. I do not have the answers yet. Those are very demanding questions. I don't have the answers, and it doesn't look like it is working. What might happen? The 8 is the advantage of the 8 is it is coming from gate number 2, but doesn't have the form line. Matches, it is equal. This is going higher. This is going a little higher. That's not exactly -60. It is more than -60. So that becomes a pressure. It is from gate number 9. The numbers are better. The chances are with 8, but the 8 doesn't have the form line. 3, which fits the bill, the jockey never raced here. So this thing is full of confusion. Stay out of this one. I think that's the best thing to do. The 2 is very questionable. If, I mean, all that thing goes upside down, then probably 2. But I mean, they generally don't do anything nice from that position. I can see why the 3 was drifting. Yes, the 3 was drifting. The 3 did not have the strength to pull this thing off. 8 was good. Then it dropped here. You see it has to be lower, okay? It has to be lower. If this is the tendency, the match has to be lower. The match cannot be higher. That's what I think at this point of time. But things will take time to, Okay, eagle palm. Sorry, I did not realize that. Anyway, this one is a pass, okay? I'll be back in a jiffy. Okay. 10 Warwick Farm. Easy. Six Warwick Farm.
And Dr. Evil is lost. Audition for approaching the mile from line of fire and twisted love on a wide path. Round to fourth, then came Dolce Dior, is keeping twisted love in a 3-1. Two after Mediaro, a length and a half to Deluvier. A gap then to Impunity from Southerly Buster. And Dr. Eva last about 10 off the lead. So Doratus in front. Line of Fire's pulling there, making the job for Twisted Love a bit more difficult. And eventually Twisted Love will get up out, but it's plenty of wood. Fire took a hold there, drops back into third, a couple off to Style Bender, a gap then to Dolce Dior from Mediaro, further back to Deluvier enjoying a genuine tempo out front, further back to Southerly Buster on the outside of Impunity, and Dr. Evil's last would be at least 14 lengths off the front runner now. So Doratus in front by 2.5, Twisted Love goes to a clear second, Line of Fire. Further back to Style Bender is right on the bridle. Couple off to Dolce Dior on the outside of Mediaro, just creeping a little bit closer on the fence. 2 lengths clear from Deluvier. Then came Impunity, Southerly Buster, and Dr. Evil's got it all to do. Doratus goes further in front now, approaching the home corner. Caulfield said, catch me if you can on Doratus. Has he got the legs to keep going? Style Bender works into a clear second. And Deluvier still standing a long run going around the field. Doratus at the 300 is coming back to Style Bender, 2 between the pair. A gap back to Deluvier and Dolce Dior. Now Style Bender moved up. Style Bender claims Doratus and is starting to edge away now. Running home into a place, but Style Bender trouble well in the run and drew away to beat Doratus. Dolce Dior third, Mediaro got up to fourth. Impunity made some headway, followed by Deluvier, Southerly Buster. Talk about bust.
487. Four, 8, 7, and 6. Then 11, then 2, then 9. Where is the 10? Caulfield Heath, 5 minutes.
It's a David Gately special, the lightly raced Kieran Maher, Russian Duchess.
Yeah, this is the one perhaps with the most upside out of a few of these. It was only start number 3 the other day. I think the win had a lot of merit. Not an easy track to come from midfield off. I think the race was chock full of informed horses as well. So, look, no more. It was a gainer. John McNeil in the saddle. So, that was sort of $7-8 mark. Probably into the right price now, but still backable at that price. Looking for danger. Certainly the two. He's one of those. Zucoma, who's only on 1 of 9.
4 to 8.
That win wasn't made first of last minute, and I wasn't
4
impressed with
to
made
8, 5.
Right
Right now, 4 is the favorite.
Didn't quite some genuine excuses and ran into even some city class horses. Mongolian Mission certainly a key player, and Ballistic Blue, the 3 not out of it at a price 8-2-4-3.
Just a reminder as well, if you back Gators Quaddy, to do so, just scan that QR code on screen and all the hard work already done. Gators Quaddy numbers go straight into your bet slip. If it wins, you get a 25% boost in your tab account in bonus bets this afternoon if you back Gators Quaddy. Russian Duchess Gator out to around that sort of 480 mark after being, as you said, really well backed early. Drawn to get a beautiful run here.
Yes, yes. That's what happened at Geelong in the maiden win. It was her first go at 1400, a bit of change. She won it well. She beat Sucker For You, who came out one. There were 3 lengths back to third as well. So no reason to doubt her. 1600 off that.
Other 2 key hopes in betting. Mongolian Mission also drawn there the inside 320 into 280, rock solid in betting. Zakuma, who you touched on at 310, and a little spec late for Wandering Spirit, $11 into 8s with the term at the tab. They're moving in to start the quaddy at Caulfield. Let's get trackside.
Ballistic Blue. Had a lot of fortune in some of its runs early this prep and went around $21 to score its sale. It's a strong win. Similar price today. So, Russian Duchess about to join them. Moral Turpitude will come up in a moment, only a few out of line. Good to hear from Tim Urell, saddling up his first Metro runner here. Yes, Wandering Spirits. It was 10 into $8.50.
One his last couple on the way.
So, Moral Turpitude goes in. And Sunshine Jenny.
My last one's gone in.
We're set. This is race 5, Thoroughbred Club of Australia Handicap. From the mile, late spring open and they're away. Mongolian Mission jumped quite well, and so did a Russian Duchess. They're looking at each other early and now being joined by Ballistic Blue. So a line of 3. 2 lengths on Wandering Spirit. Sunshine Jenny's working across. And then Moral Turpitude, who's second last, and Zakuma, who's first up from a break, straight out the back. And trails now 2 lengths away. So Ballistic Blue has come across. The last start sale winner via the 1200 leads 2 lengths now. Mongolian Mission the favourite, and then comes Russian Duchess, who's third, and Wandering Spirit back on the running rail. Sunshine Jenny is midfield, and then Moral Turpitude second last the fence and 2 lengths to Zakuma. Ballistic Blue is further in front. Top of the track, close to 1,000 to go. Must be almost 5 lengths clear.
This is what they do.
Mongolian Mission second.
Now this thing is going to go out of gas.
Russian Duchess. 2 lengths away to Sunshine Jenny, Moral Turpitude, and Zakuma is last. Ballistic Blue's now coming back to the field. 600 metres to go. Ballistic Blue only by 2 lengths now. Mongolian Mission ridden a little bit to chase. Russian Duchess comes out 3 wide. Wandering Spirit travels well. Just has to wait for an opportunity. And then Sunshine Jenny, Moral Turpitude. Zakuma still last, but swinging towards the outside as they come into the straight. Ballistic Blue tackled by Russian Duchess. 200 to go. Found the front from Mongolian Mission, now a half length away. Zakuma's running on though from the back very powerfully. Here's Zakuma going up to Russian Duchess, and with 100 metres to go, Zakuma is stretching away under Jordan Childs, and Zakuma, a good fresh horse, won it by 3 lengths. Second, Russian Duchess, Mongolian Mission next, a big break to Sunshine Jenny, and then Wandering Spirit, Moral Turpitude, and Ballistic Blue.
Zakuma goes bang, wins with a big space behind. Pace 290 for Jordan Childs. Russian Duchess second. Mongolian Mission third. Gator just rounded them up fresh.
Yeah, lovely return. Wasn't relish that strong speed.
284.
For one run, and it was one very, very good run.
That happened 2-1. That happened 284. We go to the next. That was the 4th favorite that came home. Okay. One has been scratched. 4736.
এসে গেছে শেখ তাজুল পূজার গাড়ি পূজার গাড়িতে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে 100 টাকা দামের হরেক পান এবং 30 টাকা দামের হরেক পান। দয়া করে দাম দামাদামি করবেন না, কিছু কম হবে না, কিছু বেশিও হবে না, একদম। আপনি আমাদের প্রচার গাড়ি থেকে যে আইটেমে কিনুন না কেন তার 100 টাকা এবং 30 টাকা। John needed action letter. John needed 30 টাকা। So action letter. Action letter. Action letter.
So this is again this thing is the same sex, same age. All right, this is the same sex, same age. Now this thing works very, very differently than what we have done so far, and things can go wrong. So I'm not going to get involved with this. The 4, which is, so now let's understand what happened here when the physics kicked in. Did not kick in. So this was 1800 meter benchmark 66. This was an 1800 meter, and the physics gets to lose the grip the moment the distance starts to increase. All right, so up till 2000 meter physics is required, but this track, because it is triangle, that was an exceptional thing that happened today here. Okay, but that's not constant. That is not a constant thing. If we look at what happened with the other races, with the shorter distance, everybody had the physics. Without the physics, they did not win. Okay, so here the 8 also had the physics. Everybody had the physics with the shorter distances. So with a longer distance, it lost the grip of the physics, and that thing, as a 4-year-old mare, went through. All right. The numbers were beautiful, and it just happened. And if we look at the explanation on 9 and 6, you will get to see this is a lower, this is a higher, they were both the same. Okay, so that happened. Now those are minute adjustments that I have to do. I will do that, but those are the adjustment that needs to happen. Here the 2 went through again with the physics, all right, not without the physics. So everything has to be with the physics. Generally 90% of the time, that's the thing. Here it's a 1200 meter. That thing doesn't have the physics. Okay, does it match the profile? Yes, it matches. It is not more, it is equal. Okay, but that's exactly where things we'll have to see how things work. The jock is good. There is no problem with the jock. The 6 looks deep. That's not happening probably. I don't know. But having said that, this thing works very peculiar, in a very peculiar way. All right. It generally doesn't follow the normal racing pattern that we race generally. Whenever it is like this, the same sex, same age, and all over 4-year-old, all those things, the numbers are, I mean, if you look at the numbers are right. Why? Because 4 is a pressure line, that's a linear, that's why with that it is a favorite. Then this one is just the contrast, which is the same class with a lower pressure from gate number 4, which is a 5-year-old mare. Now, along with that, we also have the 7, which is on the same pressure line, but even if the pressure line is the same, the difference is here on the match. All right, plus it is going to run neutral. The question still stays like this, that how bad things can hit and where it can hit. So more than the 4, the 3 has better chances, but that's not a clear go. This thing always works in a very mysterious way. All right, this thing always works in a very mysterious way. The same sex, same age, it's never a clear go, it's never a clean go. Things do get into a kind of a situation that is very unexpected. So the odds are based on, you can easily identify what the odds are based on. So that's the linear lax physics. It's a good fit. It's not that it is not a good fit, but where it will collide is where the things are. So 3 is in a better hand. 3 is in a better position. Okay, 3 is in a better position because 3 is a low pressure, and generally that is exactly how it works. Also, that combination is right. The EW and the linear, that combination is right. But the problem is, I mean, I don't know if the 9 will knock it out or the 8 will knock it out. Those are also possible. So, not for me. We will just keep watching this. The 4 doesn't have the physics, okay? This is I don't know whether that'll work. It's on the 4th line. Drops here. 70 is good, but it's going to run neutral. 11 both. Okay. As the structure is like that, but the struggle is here for this guy, the 7. We'll see how it works. I like the 3 more than the 4, but not in. Yeah, the 2 happened. That was the highest class, okay? The 2 was the highest class. So that happened, and then it rightly fell here on the 8. That was not doing well. The 4 was a struggle. That was not possible. The question is, we still have to figure out how to, I mean, we have the numbers, but we have to find a way of reading the numbers right. So right now the numbers are numbers, but there has to be, there's going to be a better way of reading the numbers. But that is what happened. The 8 and the 2, that was here. Generally they fail from there, but today it won. And why? Because that was on the relaxed side, the second one on the relaxed side. And then the third one, this one was on the higher side. That was like that. What not happening? 7x7 parallel did not go. This won. 35, 35. Then what happened? 1, 6, 3. 4 seems good. 4 seems good, but we'll see how it ends. Gate. They generally don't end like that. We've seen those races. The moment it is same sex, same age, it becomes a very, very difficult scenario to actually work with. But the 4 is good. It doesn't have the physics with 1200 meter. I'm not sure if that will work, and I'm not sure if anything will work or there's a surprise waiting, because this thing is a lethal recipe which I don't know how to. I still have no clue. Autumn, 10-6 Warwick. We've got 6 minutes to go. No, that too was good. Yes, that too was good. That too was good. So now, one side of the story is this. Okay. So now, if you look at what we are dealing with on 2, all right. So this is where the pressure line is. Okay. 8, 4, 3. They are like in a synchronized order. Okay, that's how the pressure line is. This is increasing, decreasing, depending on the class, depending on the gate. This is where it is decreasing. This being the highest, then it starts dropping. Where the 2 was right. The 2 was right in the factor that when it is from the smallest, all right, when it is from the smallest, like no pressure at all, then that's the highest class with the second, that's the second in line. Okay, that's the highest class, second in line. The first one is this one, which is obviously the EW. It is a challenger class which did not work, but then it is here, and then the 8, which was the top here, had things going on, but what happened, what kicked in is the advantage on the 2. All right, what kicked in was the advantage on the 2. My apprehension is this, that they generally failed from there. Today it won. All right, and they won because of the fact that they were the highest class. The challenge was almost negligible. There was nothing to stop, and we saw how it ended. It ran like nobody's business. It ran. Why? Because it had that physics with it. Okay. Now, the thing is, there's a lot of things going on at the same time. There's a lot of things going on at the same time. My apprehension was this thing fails from here. Okay, repeatedly they fail from here. So I'm not going to take a chance on whether it'll work or not. I'm not going to take that chance because the data says they fail from here. Today they won't, fair enough. But does that mean that, this position is safe for a drift and we can believe a drift to deliver from there in each and every case? No. Every time that happens, I will step out. Every time that happens, I will step out, because that's I don't believe. I mean, the ratio is like, maybe 95 to 5. If 95 times they lose, 5 times they win from that position. So there's no reason for getting into a serious conversation with this thing here. Today it won. Okay, fair enough. Good. Why? Because this was not doing well, and whatever happened. But goodness is not whether it is, I mean, the definition of how good the horse is very relative, Gate. The arrangement was good. Okay, it's not the horse, it is the arrangement which was good. Here it is a deadly recipe. It backfired every time. Is this worth getting into? For me, no, it is not. If the 4 wins, okay, fair enough. 5 and the 3. Give a sight, I think. Warwick Farm. Yes. That's Warwick.
9 profoundly, $4.80 to $5.50 for it. Kajuka is at $6 steady at that. Sissel Dancer at $6.50. It's got the 10 cloth on. How did you see this one?
Yeah, g'day Grant, good to be with you, mates.
Yeah, Adam is telling me I'm a chicken. Yes, I'm a chicken. Okay, it's good to be a chicken at times.
Given a good push by Gary Portelli on radio this morning, and look, I love the way she resumed last campaign with that big win at Rose Hill. If she reproduces that, she's going to be really hard to beat here. 7 Autumn Dream, another one first up, been trialling well enough and does have some decent form lines around fairway starts and Zima, horses like that last campaign. 10 Cecil Dancer can improve with the run but needs to, and 9 Profoundly resuming for a good yard, and another one whose trials have been solid enough and comes out of that Reginald Allen, which Panova won, of course, went down south and won.
Best of luck, Adam, man.
7, 10 and 9, hard to go past the favourite. You're in the last.
It's at $5.50 and steady. As you said, fresh up after 123 days away from the track. The trials have been sort of
the field.
Its performance hasn't been too bad. 7 starts, 1 win, 3 minors. Is it just that it's fresh up that's got you concerned?
Yeah, but perhaps, and 1400 first up's always a bit tricky, isn't it? But at the same time, she's been trialling okay, like you said, like the Panova form last time, and a couple of good form lines up there in Queensland as well. So certainly capable.
All right, good luck in the last. Let's find out how they go. Let's take you to Darren Flindell for the crawler place 7.
Nice to go in is Totoka. Totoka given a chance here, so punters just being taunted a bit now with a more backable price at 185, and the seconds leading up to the jump here in the last, the Tab Handicap. Hobartville Stakes Day at Rose Hill coming up on Saturday. And Totoka moves in. Long Legs run a really good race at her latest start in the Spring Stakes at Newcastle. They're off and racing down the last of the day, and Pearl jump well together with the favourite Long Legs, who's working her way to the front. A couple off to Profoundly, then Schnitzel Dancer, Totoka, Autumn Dreamer, and Skirmish is last of all. Anaerobic staying a bit off the fence around the leader, Long Legs, with Pearl at the outside second, and Totoka's quickly whipping around them. They're not going hard here, and Totoka moved up to head off the favourite Long Legs, followed by Perler in third now, 2 off 2 Profoundly. Then Schnitzel Dancer, 2 to Autumn Dreamer, and Skirmish is the last one. There's been tickets today for Totoka, and it leads her at the 800 metres by a length and a half. Long Legs into a clear second, length and a half now to Perler. Similar margin to Profoundly from Schnitzel Dancer, Autumn Dreamer, and Skirmish is still the last one. Inside the 600, and Totoka in front, but trying hard on the outside is Long Legs. He's just about on level turns with it now on the point of the turn. Profoundly tracks up nicely, being pushed on, and then came Autumn Dreamer. It's Totoka in front.
Come on.
Long Legs moves up, puts the head in front, beat off Totoka, then came Profoundly, and further back to Autumn Dream. Long Legs at the 150, about a half length in front. Autumn Dream's going up the inside, Profoundly down the outside. The favourite's gone. Profoundly went past it, and Profoundly got up to win the last, beating Autumn Dream. Long Legs all out of here in the third, followed then by Totoka, further back to Schnitzel Dancer, Skirmish, and Perler.
While we stand by for the numbers there, they're going to be 9 Profoundly, $5.80 and $2.30. A bit of a surprise packet there, Dado.
Yeah, I would have finished off really strongly there, Graham. We spoke about it pre-race and certainly enjoyed that pressure up front and closes off strongly. Autumn Dream, nice return. Long Legs just had to fight a little bit for the lead, left her exposed first up there at 14, but she'll improve off that run.
Yeah, well, there it is, 9, 7 and 6 Profoundly taking them in. Brad, thanks so much for your time. We'll look forward to catching up with you in the not too distant.
Look forward to it, mate.
Let's move on and take a look at the next event from Caulfield. We're down to race 6 on the card. You should have your quaddies on here. Zarpo number 4, 320 to 215 is the favourite. Way 7 Conscious, $3.80 to $4.60. And as Gator joins us, Gator, good afternoon to you. It looks like a war of 2 horses here, according to the market at least, anyway.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, mate. Looking forward to the last couple of races here. Yeah, it's an interesting race, isn't it? Zarpo and Conscious.
Yes, it's always interesting because it never works.
Well, then my top 2 picks have just gone the other way. Conscience's first run was a cracker, I thought, against the race shape. Susan was home terrific up the straight. She went to 1200 in the Manford in stakes against the boys, and I tipped her at a price, thinking how clever am I? I had her at $13, but she didn't win. She wasn't beaten far. I just don't think she was happy cluttered up in between horses. I like the blinkers going on here. Back a notch in grade, so I'm going to stick with her. It does draw in, which makes me a little nervous given what I just said. Zarpo resumes. He's a good fresh horse. He beat a good one in Millie Ivy fresh last time in. Cuisine, back to 1200 is probably the key. And Escarpa of a neat win. 7, 4, 3, 6.
Yeah, Cuisine number 3 at $6.50 from $7. As you mentioned, back from 1400 to 1200. Didn't seem to appreciate that distance last start. It didn't go forward and managed to lose 1 spot in running. Do you think at the $1,200 could upset the apple cart, or do you want to be on the top 2 in betting?
Yeah, no, she's in the mix. She's got a case for sure. I know Gracie's rain form 2 runs ago. Here on that Heath track, she's proven here she's drawn well. So I think she's a threat to us for sure.
Well, let's see how they play in the 6th event. Let's take you to Adam for the call of race number 6. It's over 1200 on the good form.
Now, joining them is Miss Tall Chief. Cuisine locked away. And here's Written Blind. Graham Big with the previous winner. Right, this one. She tries to go back to back. Thailand border, 1200 metres, race 6, fillies and mares. They're set. Still of a faith, very restless. Ready, and they're away. Zarpo and Conscience both jumped well, so did Escarpa from the inside gate. There's speed from Honor Galore in the middle of the line as well, and Still on the feet is handy. But on settling down, still a line of horses trying to find their order. Honor Galore goes up to Zarpo. Still on the feet is third. Written Bligh's caught deep. Conscience is back in 5th, and then followed by Cuisine, Escarpa the fence, and Miss Tall Chief is back last. Up towards the 800 metres, and it's Honor Galore away from the running rail. A half-length leader, Zarpo the favourite on the fence. And then comes Still on the feed, Written Bly will be deep the trip. And then comes Escarpa, who's near the running rail, and Conscience is 1 off the fence. And then Cuisine about to circle. Miss Tall Chief is back last, a compact field from the outset. And now they wheel the bend with 350 metres to go, and Zappo goes through to take the lead. So Zappo now clicked up, found a half length on a Galore. Conscience comes out, Escarpa's back on the running rail, Cuisine down the outer, but it's Zappo. Zappo by over 2 lengths on Conscience. Escarpa's back on the fence, but Zappo's going well in the lead. Zappo's holding them all at bay, and Zappo's back as a winner. Zappo won at 2 lengths, Conscience close third. Escarpa and
Boom, PC.
and they were followed by Miss Tall Chief Witten Bly, still on the feed, and Honor Galore.
Today, the favorites are reigning here.
Take it out, 7 Conscious at second, $1.80. It did look dangerous.
4-7.
It's been a run between these two horses, but not quite the order that we thought.
No, well, I think, they were both, had really strong.
4-7-3.
Did a race. Zarpo's done a really good job there. It didn't look to go really hard, but had a pest outside him.
4-7-3.
Quite strong on and through the line. Conscience, look, I'm not sure she's going to be the filly they thought she might be, but just still a rock solid.
Big favorite day today, yes. Favorites are reigning today.
Catching up view for the running of the 7th and the 8th event.
So the 4 went through. That was equal. Okay. Went through. There's no problem. 4. Then came 7. Then came something else. I don't know what. But that was okay. Okay. So it has to be equal. It went through. Did not have the physics, but still went through. So this is stronger. We'll go to the next. Seven. Huge scratchings 3, 6, 10, 11, 14 and 15. 7, 4, 13 and 5. I don't have the nerve to do this. That 7-year-old gilding, it looks like that's the aligned one. That's the one which is aligned. If you look here, so what happened? It was equal, okay? So this is another pressure. It did not have the physics here. I would have suggested no, but here it was good. Equal, went through. Here it is not the same thing. Here it is two opposite dimensions. Here it is two opposite dimensions. Where it is concentrating is on this 4. That's a 7-year-old gilding on a 1200 meter. I mean, sorry, I don't want to do that. The 5 is going to be tackled by the 9 very much. The 5 is going to be tackled by the 9 very much. It's a higher class. If that's the same, this is not the same. Okay. So that is going to be tackled. 13 is a challenger. That's 39 lowest, probably. They are all on the higher side. 8, but it is going to be a challenger. So that's the lowest that we have. Okay. But that is also the lowest. That's a challenger. 76.3. This is on the second pressure line, actually. This is where it stands. It's on the second pressure line. But relaxed. It is on the second of the pressure line, is a challenger. Numbers are good. There's a jock in place. These are very high. And then this is here. 8. 23, this is 36, 39 comes here from gate number 10, which is a higher class, drops, but they're same, then it is here. And then this grandpa. Well, that is good. Sure, that is good. That is good. Even if it is on the pressure line, it is not crossing. I mean, it is not getting to positive. It's a negative, stays negatives. So the tendency is this, that these are on the pressure, okay? These are on the pressure, but they are going heavier here. 5 is good, and the 13 is the green, right? That's a challenger. Can it get knocked out? And why will it get knocked out? It is the highest on the distance as well. So 1200 meter, this thing has been persistent on this distance. And let's take a chance. I think 30. So 30, 40, 43. This is higher. But then that's not happening. This becomes lower. Okay. Let's see if the 13 wins. Easy. Eagle Farm. They're showing the doggies. I'll be back in a jiffy from the washroom, please. Free Beaumont. I can't put the Beaumont on PC. That's Western Australia. They will give me a copyright. Invariably. But 3 is the favorite. It looks like 3 is the favorite. Pikey. Three. Today is a favorite day, I think. The favorites are raining everywhere. Come on. What is that? Got stuck. I think it's 5. 5. 6. 6 BC. 611. Jesus Christ. Seven. Yeah, that if the class kicks in, we'll see. But that's not easy. Let's see how that works. What do I think about 1? That's the highest class. So 1 is like this. So if you look at the 2, okay, the 2 was the highest class, okay, the 2 was the highest class. Now through the challenge, it was the second most leniently handicapped. The most lenient one was 7, but this was the second one with the class. Now if you look at 1, so 1 is the highest class. Out of the pressure line, it is the most lenient one, okay. Out of the pressure line, it is the 4th lenient one. So that's a class horse. It is not as strongly handicapped as the 7 or the 13 or the 5. It is like that. Where it is becoming a question is whether that'll work, but that is definitely better than the 7, okay. The numbers are better than the 7. The 7 is like that also. So your intuitions are right, but we'll see how that works, bro. We'll see how that works. What is the advantage on 1? The advantage on 1 is this, that it is the highest class. Drift doesn't need beautifully aligned, a dedicated jock with a 50% strike rate. All that is good. Not bad. Not bad, Autumn man. Not bad. Not bad. Here it falls on the 3rd line. But on the 1st line, which is there, it is double or 3 times better than the 7 in terms of class. The form line is questionable. We'll see how that works. But your intuitions are right. It's not something that very highly convincing, but definitely stands a chance. It's better than the 7, and the 7 is at -3 or 53. This is 12, much lower. much lower. The 13, which is the lowest, is also the lowest, okay? Is also the lowest in class. So in that case, the 1 definitely is a check. All right. The 1 definitely is a check. And it has the support line of the 9, which is here, which is like that, is a higher class on the 4th line from gate number 2. So yes, it has fair amount of it has fair amount of things going on.
Well, I hope you've got a good eye on it because I thought the same thing. My wonder that the 13.
DC 13. Yeah, even I think the 13 should win. The 13 should win. I mean, the 13 has 2 different. He is also talking about 13 now. So 13 has 2 different dynamics. It is also the lowest in class. It is also the lowest in resistance. So
now, but we'll know after the race, won't we? Look, Cole looks at danger. No, rock solid last time on Scarpa. That form's shaping well. It's drawn for a good trail. Here the crowd, good return. 1 second up last prep.
He's also talking about the 13 now. The 13 stands a very fair chance. If the it's just the class. If the class kicks in, then it is upside down.
Come out and then they generally put in a very good performance second time around, and this one's certainly capable of doing.
We'll see. I mean, 13 stands. 13 has a fair chance. EW probably.
Yeah, well, I did have a couple others high in my thoughts, but
I mean, we still have to, we still have to work with this until and unless I get the confidence of being very blunt.
Locked away. We're almost set for the valet. Q-Man, 1,200 metres. Bigger field this time. Don't rush it, just looking in the adjacent stall. Oh, one of them's Kyle. It is restless, and Kyle went up in the air. Still in the gates, has not come out. Kyle did not leave the barriers. Starmay and Don't Rush It began well. Here's Croatian Art, who's working across from a wide alley and is looking for the lead. So Croatian Art, Don't Rush It. Here the crowd.
Which one is still in the gate?
Next. Then comes Masked Marauder improving up on the outside. Some Grinder's back on the fence. And they were followed by back in the field, Cameron Falls and New Me Wonder, his last of the remaining runners. So Croatian Art glided across the front of the field and led Don't Rush It by a half length at the 600 metres. They're 3 lengths here, the crowd, who's 3 wide the trip. Star Maze in the middle, and Grinder's back on the running rail. Masked Marauder tracks up the favourite and tries to get to the middle. And then Cameron Falls and New Me Wonder back last as they come into the straight. So Don't Rush It moved up with purpose. 300 to go from Croatian Art, 3 lengths in Grinder, and then here the crowd who's batting away. Cameron Falls makes ground down the middle, but Don't Rush Her. 150 to go, Zim Grinder. Cameron Falls, they're slowly into the margin. Don't Rush Her and Cameron Falls. Cameron Falls pounced, went to the lead, and Cameron Falls won it by a half length. Second, Don't Rush Her, mate. Zim Grinder, followed by You Me Wonder. In behind those runners, here the crowd didn't finish off. Croatian Art, Star May, Masked Marauder, and Hold All Tickets. If he had number 4 on it, Kyle, it stayed in the gates.
4 stayed in the gates.
But what about the winner? Cameron Falls, 17 starts through.
8-1.
That's a big turnaround.
I think 8.
Yeah, look, it was a good solid win, wasn't it? I'm not sure what to make of the race. I mean, one of the
Shankar, welcome to the gang, Shankar. Thank you for joining in.
Which isn't really a recipe for success. So it's opened the door for a roughie, and Cameron Falls pounced on that.
Well, I'm with you. I'm prepared to put.
No, we figure out what happened.
That one just
I don't know. I don't know the rest of the numbers. Even they don't have the rest of the numbers. 819. I think 819. 819 and then 13. That mule. 819 and then 13. 819 and then 13. We'll see what happens.
But over its last couple of starts, it's been racing very.
819 and 13. 8. The 4 did not come out of the gates, so the 4 is out. Thank God we were not on 4. But that happened. Why? Because that. $47 stays here 1.59. That is how it is. 8. Okay, so still lower. Still lower. Still lower. So if we look through this, 8. Okay. That is 47.87. This becomes on the relaxation side, so that happened. 8. So on the largest side, this is through the tendency. Okay, through the tendency it is the second. 7 was the highest. This was the second highest. Lower. Then 1, definitely. And the 9 we spoke about. The 9 is going to tackle the 5. So that happened. The 9 tackled the 5. So that was out. 1 kicked in with the class. Then it is there. And then it is 13. So yes, we need to work on this. This thing is something that is beating the fees. I mean, today is a very exceptional day because the favorites are all coming in. Now the 8 comes in, which is okay. It comes in, but it was still lower. Through the tendency, it was the second highest. Okay. That was still lower. That is that the 5. The 1, Arrowman, you were right about the 1, but that is what has happened. And how is that happening is something that we will figure out. So today what they have, generally what happens is like it doesn't work like that. Okay, generally what happens is the linear will be like that, the second linear will also be on pressure, the third linear will be also on pressure. But right now what is happening today, the arrangement is a little different. For some reason the arrangement of the horses are a little different. This is the second linear, all right, but look at the pressure line. That's where things have gone wrong. You were right about the 1, Arman, and that actually came in either third or second, I think. And the 13 was the 4th because that was the lowest. It was the lowest as well. So now these are the tunings which needs to be made. The 7 was 3 by 53. That was not happening. 8 went through. We'll go to the next. This is the last one. 8 has been scratched, so there is no 8 in this race. 4-10-1-9. How will you beat that horse? I don't know. But also the fact is this, that it is going to run neutral. We will get an answer today on the neutral as well. So that's the lowest. Okay, now let's see what is the highest. This is the highest. Okay, and this is green through the temp. So that's that. So you probably can't beat this horse. But then if it is like that, then this is a low, which is a good horse. I mean, one of the highest classes. A 59-8, 7-year-old from gate number 9, and then it drops here, which is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 6. That's for 6. That's the drop, I think. And about this gentleman here, they are in trouble because they are not match of the class. They're not in the class. Okay. So here what happened, what went wrong with the 13 is the class. All right. That kicked in. That it was the lowest, but that was the lowest as well. 7. Love that. So that did not happen. 8 was still lower. And somehow that is also like that, which I don't understand how. But that is like that. The 5 should have been the second linear, but no, that is not the second linear. The second linear is this genuine. So that happened. And we'll take the numbers first. Hold on. Let me just check the numbers. That was 7. Race number 7. Eight, 9, 1, 13. So 8, 9, because 9 was capable of tackling 5, so 5 got knocked out. 8, 9, 4 never came out of the gates. Then 1, Atoman, you were right about that. That was the right fit. But how that is working is something that I have to figure. And then came the class. That's the problem. Okay, 7 was not meant for it. Here you can't beat the 4. I don't think you can. So today there are 6 favorites that are going to be home. That cannot be beaten. I don't think that can be beaten. The question is, where will it land on this 7-year-old gelding, which is gate number 9, or will it land on 3, which is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 6, which is also good. Okay. So after this, it should rise. Or will it drop? No, that's high, that's low, then it'll rise. And then it'll rise where? To which genius it'll rise? I don't know. A 3 is a check. I don't know whether it can be called a non-starter, but technically you were right. Maybe. So the odds are what? 4, 10, 1, 9. I don't think you can beat the 4. That's not what is happening today. I don't think so. But it will drop, okay? It will drop. Generally, that's the scene. 8. Then it dropped 9 here, okay? It did not, this one, genius did not come out of the gates, so it did not drop here. It dropped here. Then it climbed here. Okay, we still have to arrange those things in place, but yeah, that was that. Here it is here, then it will drop, then it will probably rise. These guys are not in a position. I don't think so they're in a position. So if it rises, then where it rises, probably 6. Where will it rise? Here. As a second in line. 59. So yes, I think it is between, I mean, apart from that, it is between these two geniuses. One is a 7-year-old, the other one is a 6-year-old. 4 looks hard to beat, PC. 4, I mean, look at that thing, alright? That is through that it is the highest, and through this is the lowest. But the point is still this, that it is going to run neutral. If it loses traction even after that, then, I mean, what is expected to happen is this, that if this thing works right, I will do the minor changes, whatever is required. But if this thing is working right, then we will be able to get rid of a lot of other fields that is cluttered right now. And we don't have to look through all that. This side will go because this is stronger. This is, I don't know, I mean, today is the first day we are doing this, so we will have to test this through multiple tracks. But if this thing stays stronger than this of physics, then we keep this and we get rid of the physics. Then definitely we will get rid of these sections which are there, the the bleeding, non-bleeding, whatever those sections are, we will get rid of that. We'll definitely get rid of the jockey calibration, which is absolutely needs to go. So we'll do all that. But for that, we need to test this. Today was a weird day. I mean, every favorite is coming home. So today is no good. Today is no good. Poor Beaumont. They're showing Beaumont. We'll have to let it run for the next couple of races, I think, especially the Saturdays. At least we need to get a couple of Saturdays into this. Once we have a couple of weekends, especially at Randwick or Flemington or any of those good tracks, we will have a little clarity. So far, I mean, where it is getting beaten, where and how it is getting beaten is something that will get a clarity. Right now we have a way to go, but how far is that stable is something that we need to figure out. We'll figure that out. Araban, my last 946, Caulfield 946. 9. They have some weird horses today. I seriously have no clue how a lot of things are happening. Like how is that Genius is a second linear at the same time is on an advantage model? How is that possible? I don't know. Yeah, how is that as a pressure model is going on drift? I don't know. That generally doesn't happen, right? In fact, some stuff is some stuffs are very weird. That was I'm going to Beaumont. 6-2. Pikey Road, Vermont. God knows how things are working. We need more races. We need more races. We'll see you on Saturday. What do we have on Saturday? Caulfield, Doomben. Rosehill is already soft. Wyoming. Doomben and Rosehill are already soft. Possibly Rosehill is going to get cancelled. I mean, it'll rain at Rosehill. Rosehill is like, I don't know, this track has a spell or what. Every time you try to go there, it is like either raining or it is a soft track or there is something else that has gone wrong at Rosehill. Out of Caulfield and Victoria, Doomben will have to take a call. Doomben is okay. Doomben can work. Yes, I think that is what it is, PC. It's very... I don't think anything else is happening. Yeah, let's hope that it comes out of the gates. Let's hope it comes out of the gates. That's the thing. And the jockey doesn't do anything funny on that horse. The jockey is good. There is no problem with the jock. The jockey is rightly calibrated. The jockey is rightly calibrated. You like 6, Gate? 6. Let's see how that works, Gate. 6, 21, 2, 8. Five, 6. Drops from 149, 52, 59, 7, 9.
And won by a length on that occasion. Would have been fitter for that run too. Reset the Jazz number 1, $5.50 from $8. You know, an interesting race. This one winning form's good for.
No, you're right, and Everrain's a good horse. I mean, to pretty much the only horse to come from well back and win on the day at Caulfield there. And he relished the fast speed, but he ran a good one in Conchiro. They ran fast time. He won second up last prep. He's only been once on dry tracks. I think he's got better things ahead of him than this. Moment's had a couple of forgive runs before a neat win latest. Deserved that. And Lario next best. 469 1.
Yeah, Moment's is an interesting runner, isn't it? The each way odds of $11 fixed at the moment. That last start win was pretty solid. There was one 10 in this one. I just thought each run at Pakenham was one of those funny races. It finished second, got all very congested in the run of that one. Do you think it's got a bit of a chance?
Yeah, not out of it. I think you're right. Be fitter for that run as well. So just didn't have really opportunity to open throttle. And then there's that, harnessed energy for the next start as a rule.
Gato, stick around. We'll have a bit of a chat after the running of race 8 as we take you to Adam and thank him very much for his help there today.
Right, guys.
Lights flashing, they're away, and Pure Grunt was very slow. Moments second last away. Impressive enough at the other end was first out from the inside alley. Reset the Jazz is proceeding forward, and Mario's up there as well. Not far away is Falcon of Malta. Everrain is easing out. That battle dropped in. One off the fence in fifth. Oraviera's back on the running around with it. They're 2.5, 3 lengths on Wolfest, the mare of the field. Cable Dancer. Then comes Moments and 2 lengths away to Pure Grunt. Top of the track and Reset the Jazz wants the front and now wants the fence. It's rolling on, about to cross from Impressive Enough in second. 2 lengths away Falcon of Malta. Then Lario for Everrain. They're being strung out. Next is Wolfest travelling back in company with Oraviro and 2 lengths to Cable Dancer. Moments is second last and 2 lengths away to Pure Grunt. 800 metres to go and it's Reset the Jazz down the side, a comfortable lead at 2 lengths. Running in second, Impressive Enough, Falcon of Malta third. Then Lario locked away, Everrain about to make a move. Oraviro is mid-pack and Wolfest, she's dropped the bit, she's being hard ridden. Moments has to go around her early. Cable Dancer and 3-4 lengths to Pure Grunt. Many of these are being pushed along back in the field as Reset the Jazz tries to stretch them out, but came into the straight, only leading 1 length on Everrain. Everrain quickly got to the lead, 2:20 to go. Quickly got to Reset the Jazz, who's under duress. Impressive Enough. Oraviro, Moments from a long way back, but it's Everrain with 200 to go. Now starting to stagger. Oraviro's coming and Moments as well. Oraviro, Moments to fight it out. Oh, a head-bombing finish. Oraviro, maybe Moments, was hard to tell. They got away several lengths on Everrain, who fell in a hole the last little bit, may have not run the mile. Lario, Wolfest got going when it looked like it was going to drop out. Reset the Jazz, Impressive Enough, and then came Falcon of Malta the last couple of clock in, Cable Dancer, and also Pure Grunt.
Oh, real tight go here, Gator. Looks like, all from that shot, your second choice may have just got there, the 6 on the outside. Your thoughts on the final race on the card on the heath?
Yeah, looked a good strong speed, didn't it? And thought Everrain was home. The way he joined in quickly, I'm thinking, it's a really good horse, this, but he just couldn't hold off the big finishes. And Moments is criminally underrated.
6, I think.
And a big finish, just tipping out over here. So a real swoopers race, the last.
It's already in my black book.
6.
Today, we look forward to catching up with you and hearing more from you over the next couple of days, particularly on the weekend, Gator.
Yeah,
6 finally.
3 big group ones, Caulfield, bring it on.
Yeah, the big races always attract the fun. That's and we're looking forward to your thoughts on the program as well. David Gately joining us to do all of the form for our Caulfield meeting in Moments at $10.30.
6, 10, 4.
If you took his
6, 10, 4. 6, 10, and 4. That monkey still failed. That monkey still failed. Why? Because it was running neutral. It lost the traction at the last moment. You see that? Six, 10, 4. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is all that we had today. 8 races here at Caulfield. That was the last one. But we can't get rid of this because this is still stronger. The neutrals, the problem is they lose the traction. It doesn't matter what happens here. So we'll see how to calibrate that. But that happened. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll wrap it up there. And thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for being there, my friends. Whoever is watching this from anywhere in the world, thank you. Thank you so much for being there. It means a lot. And thank you so much for being there, my friend Gate. Thank you so much, Dows. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Saturday, where do you want to race, Dows? We've got, see, Rose Hill is dicey. I think it's better to take a, you know, I think Doomben and Caulfield are better places than Rose Hill. Rose Hill is already soft, and invariably there's something wrong that happens every time we have tried racing there. You did the right thing, Gate. You did the right thing. You were right, but your actions were also right. You did not get into it. This was that was the right call, Gate. Not to get into it was the right call. You did not lose anything. You just knew what to do, but you just did not step in. That is great. So we'll take a call whether it is Doomben or wherever. If you are in favor of doing Caulfield, just leave a comment under this video wherever you want to go. If the things are suitable, we'll go to Caulfield or Doomben. I think one of these tracks we should target. All right, that's great. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gate. Thank you so much, Dows. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Arman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Shankar, thank you for joining in. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Modi, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday, probably at Dumben or Caulfield. Till then, stay blessed.